Okay, well, this is a classic situation, isn't it? This. Look, it wouldn't be me if it wasn't a little bit of technical difficulty. I don't know why this is happening though. Hang on here, hang on here. Oh my god, this happened last time. I don't know what it is that every now and then my cam link just doesn't it doesn't act right. There we go. Okay, I had to replug it in. Oops. Hello, everybody. We did it. I'm back. Made it. Y'all staying warm out there? You getting nice and cozy? Everybody staying cozy? Everyone feeling cozy today? I hope you're all inside and you're by the fire and cozying up by the fire, and cozying your Udi Mart. That's good to hear. I don't have the code yet, but I do have a Udi sponsorship on the way for y'all who need to get cozy. And also tepid honeydew. That sounds fantastic. That is one of the only religions I subscribe to. I like a lot of different religions. There's a lot of different religions I like. My favorite god is Moon. The moon is my favorite god. Top god. One day on stream, I'll list off my top 10 gods for you. We could do that as like a special stream. Go through just ranking the gods. But one of my favorite gods is Bjork. So and worshiping, practicing praising her is really important to me. So, but yeah, that's right, y'all. I'm gonna have an Udi code. We're gonna love it. It's gonna be fantastic. Big Bug Boy, hottest god again. Probably still Moon. Probably still Artemis. You might think it's Aphrodite. Aphrodite is maybe the sexiest, but the hottest I think is still Artemis. If you know what I mean. If you understand the difference. Anyway. It's just me, we're just talking gods here. I am doing all right. I'm feeling a little bit better. Thank you for everyone who's been patient with me. And speaking of Bjork, look at that. Look at what happened. We got Bjork, and that wasn't not even I didn't even do that. That was just the gods, as you say. Sorry, I'm getting my blindfold ready for this stream today. Thought that'd be the best way to do it. Just kidding. I'm just a goofy guy. That's just the kind of guy, you know. Amanda, thank you for Cold is the album of the day, and I will think on that. I have a couple ideas, a couple of like snow ideas that could be good, and you'll get to see the brand new beautiful record of the day screen. So what do we got for news? We got today's Spooky Saturday. I hope you're ready to see me get spooked. I go you're wondering what happened to my nose, Topsy? I had a nose strip because I was sick and it burst a blood vessel. But I think it kind of looks cool. It kind of looks like I got in a fight with a bully, you know? Oh yeah, you're right. Where is Cat Cam? Holy shit, sorry. Oh my god. So sorry. There he is. There's the boy. Let's just go ahead and take a closer look. There's the boy. I'm gonna just go ahead and just zoom it in a little bit. Thank you, Steph, for the Go Kiss Girl, and Laura Money for the shirt of the day. I'm just gonna tilt it. I'm gonna zoom it. Gonna tilt it a little bit higher. Gonna zoom it in. I got some more friends for him. I'm trying to get like a collection of little plushies. Boy, give him a little spin. tiny teeth. Sorry, I'm sorry. He didn't like the he didn't like me pulling his mouth open to show you his teeth, I guess. But that's okay. I understand. I know, Mart. I didn't realize until now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Oh, what's happening? Oh. There's the properties, okay. You didn't see the teeth? Oh, God. Fuck. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Alright, well, there he is. I'm gonna zoom it out a little bit. There's the boy. Look at that. Hand it over. Got just a little bag here. This up a little bit. You can see my COVID test. Negative. Negative. Actually. Stay warm. Stay warm. Treat. Good. Oh. Oh yeah. But loves getting high. Saturday afternoon. Alright, and shirt of the day is it's a sweatshirt. It's cozy season. I'm sorry I don't have a lot of these. You've seen it recently. It's 20th Pavement Century Fox. Love Pavements band. Love the Pavement band. Love their songs and the way they sing them. Thank you to Pavement for making all those wonderful records. And you got a little giraffe back there and a good eye. Nice. Good eye. Good eye. Good spot. All right, everybody. So we are getting to it. I'm getting this stuff together. Sorry. I know, Al. Very nice one. Very nice one. Well done. Everyone clap for Siobhan. Everyone clap for Siobhan. Let's get a quick, Oh, that's why it's not working. I was like, why isn't this working? Come on now. What's going on? Voice mod. Oh no. My soundboard's not working. I'm really sad. You know how much we love the soundboard. Come on, soundboard. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe this needs to be open. Huh. 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 The soundboard thing is really finicky. I mean, I do think that y'all probably are. Oh, here we go. Let's do it. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Got it. Got it. Continue. Okay, cool. Done. Good. Now, there we go. Yeah, everyone clap for Siobhan. All right, we did it. We got the soundboard going. Hell yeah. Cool. Arthur, if you don't like this, just learn to like it because it's a huge hit in the community. I know you don't understand that you're on television right now, but there's a couple folks out there who are really fond of watching you inside of that little hat. So just enjoy it. Enjoy your life. Get stoned, take a treat, enjoy your life. And that goes for all of you. It goes for all of you. All right, hold on. Loading up the game. Dead Space. All right, we're getting back to it. This is the game with the spider people. It's not Spider-Man Miles Morales. All right. Okay. All right, we're gonna go over here. All right. Come on, now you should be turned on. No? Oh, capture card's not on. Got it. Okay, there we go. Cool. Oh, Arthur took it off. Oh, he took it off. Nice monkey bear.
God, you're so cute. Love you so much. I love you so.
I know that was confusing. I'm sorry. I know that was confusing. Oh yeah, this is Pharaoh Sanders. Love is everywhere. Y'all, look. Here's the thing. As much as our children may be born inside of a volcano, they will have access to all of this incredible music that no one else did. It's amazing that we live in a world where we can listen to Bjork and Pharoah Sanders and the Beatles and fucking everything else that's good. Lorraine just can't, that record is just like a year ago. If you lived in the time before where the climate was great, you couldn't listen to Lorraine. All right, anyway, we're gonna get back into this game now. Oh, I meant to reset shit. Just pretend you don't see the sub goal. Pretend you don't see it. Pretend you don't see it. Just pretend that you don't see it. I forgot to do that. It's supposed to reset automatically. Just pretend you don't see it. Just pretend that you don't see it. Alright, just pretend that you don't. It's supposed to... Just pretend you don't see it. Okay. Okay, just pretend you don't see it. Okay, now you see it. Now you see it. But, perhaps I got that wrong because we do have... Okay, we should count the 4 that happened before I got on stream. Thank you to Lizanya. And thank you to Zero Pumpkinalis, and thank you to Yada Moose, and thank you to Dumb Ashes very much for your resubs. And welcome back, and you're stuck with me. So, hope you enjoy it. Alright, here we go. Okay. Okay. Right, this game. Okay. All right, well, this space sure is dead. Right, Al? Sure is some dead space. My name is Isaac Dead Space, and I am here to... What am I doing? I'm here to go to the hangar bay. My name is Isaac Dead Space. And I love my estranged doctor wife. How do I okay, that's that. I can do that and then throw it. Sick. Okay. And I'm just trying to remember the okay. I feel like this thing doesn't do shit. Is that just me? I feel like the rifle sucks. What's this? Another save station? Okay. Alright, I really gotta go in there, huh? Did I already do this? Yeah, I probably already did that. Alright, whatever. Let's just get out of here.
Flight deck tram control.
Alright, here we go. It's time for me to get spooked.
Flight deck tram control.
Thank you, Dream Money. Yes, I am a brave boy. I got some brave boy cookies ready this time. So I know what I have coming up, and I'm gonna deal with it the right way. I am still a little stuffy. Okay, I'm just gonna follow the thing. I don't know, I have that urge. What do you, is there a word for it where you want to just like go every direction except for the one that you're supposed to go? And then just to make sure you don't miss a little box. You know what I mean? Just in case there was a little box, I kind of wanted to go the other way. Thank you for calling me a big brave boy. I really appreciate that. I got some cookies. I got some chalky. Got some shit ready to go. Okay, I gotta zoom in. Alright. Are you sure? I kind of want to... Let's check just to make sure. See, I picked up some plasma energy I wouldn't have if I went just where I was supposed to go. Some credits. Sometimes you gotta go to the bathroom. Thank you, Siobhan. I can feel that coming from you. I can feel that. You've got to get the go kiss girl button ready.
Security recording retrieved.
Come on. Turn on the lights. What? Where? Okay. Oh, that's recording. Look at his little arms. Alright, cool. So this is where I was at the beginning of the game when Shen got killed. Take that. Hey, Steph, thank you so much for that. Let's go. You know, I gotta put like an overlay for this. But yeah, we are slowly raising funds for this crazy ASMR microphone that I'll be able to do some really fun stuff with. I'm hoping to get some time to do an ASMR stream. Oh, Bumpy Boney, you woke up from a nightmare? Welcome to another one.
Isaac, this damage report says there's a broken cargo lift just beyond the hangar doors. I'll open them now.
Entering zero gravity.
Oh, jeez.
You'll need your thrusters to reach it, but that lift shaft should take you straight down to engineering.
Oh, God. Okay, where am I going? This game looks really good, I've got to say. Can I? Sick. You got me. Especially because I was like, I was throwing the thing to see like what would happen, to see if I could blow up something. I was trying to throw that thing to see, and I thought that was the sound of it exploding. Got me with the toot. Thank you with the toot. I don't have that much oxygen. Shit. You can't have a space game without one of these. Oh no, do I have enough oxygen moments? Fuck you. Oh shit. Fuck. God, where is he? Put him up. That sucked. The silence is pretty great. Wait, so those little those things can live in a vacuum? Where am I going? I don't understand. Where am I going? Oh my god. Okay, fuck. I'm about to die. I'm about to die.
Exiting zero gravity.
Oh my god, that was close. Woo. Oh shit. That made me anxious.
Clearance confirmed.
Yeah, but first I'm gonna go in here. Okay. Okay. Fuck that. That sucked. Oh, come on. I thought I got you. Come on, Spider-Man. Jeez Louise. Oh my god. Whew. That sucked. All that for a couple credits. Capitalism. Okay. Did I miss anything? No. Roach, yeah, definitely. This is these guys are on their 9 to 5. They're hard at work. Damn, yeah, so there's just this stuff. This dead space is really growing all over the ship. There's all sorts of dead space growing all over this ship. And it's up to me, Isaac Dead Space, to get rid of it. That's what I'm seeing. Space sure is dead in here. All right. It's spooky. Okay. Alright.
Warning. Orbital position compromised.
Great.
Correct course immediately.
Okay. Okay. Where do you want me to go? This way? I'm gonna go this way. You know what I mean though, chat? It's just that instinct, that gamer instinct. And I'm wrong in this situation. But I'm always just like, I gotta go exactly where it tells me not to go. That I can find the secret chest. Alright, can I buy some health or something? Alright.
Engineering log. Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple reporting. Christ, still can't believe the chief is gone.
Tiff, welcome in.
Everyone down here is on their last nerve. We
Everyone
thought
welcome
rioting was the worst of
Tiff,
it.
aka Niaru,
Things came through the vents.
our
Faces.
lovely mod
Those were my
and dear
wife's
friend.
friends, old
Let's
boyfriends.
give a
And out of nowhere, the engines are screwed. Primary's laboring. We're hemorrhaging fuel. Fuck if
give
I
a
know
shout
why.
out.
I'm
Here we
taking
go.
Danvers to the fuel depot to fix it.
Good luck, brother. You wish Zane a happy birthday from me.
No, just don't shake his.
There we go. Don't shake his. Don't shake his. I love the little crying. It's very good. Very, very good. Okay. Welcome in, Tiff. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for the raid. And everyone, feel free to follow Niaru, and thank you for joining us. Okay, we're gonna get back to the don't shake
Gotta
it.
keep the team focused or they'll crack. Temple out.
It cut off before the best part. Shit.
Seeing you in the control room. Any news on the engines?
Yeah, but it makes no sense. They're out of fuel. The centrifuge is offline. We're tethered to a 4 trillion ton payload. Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure, fix the centrifuge, get the fuel running, then do a full restart. But you'll need the stabilizer orbit from there.
Standing by. Fast as you can, Isaac.
I don't think this is gonna go well. This Dead Space. I have a bad feeling about this Dead Space. Carrie Berry, thank you so much for the gift sub to Psycho Kid. Oh no, one save slot, Miles. It's me. We're getting spooked. My name is Space. Isaac Dead Space. Am I supposed to go there? No. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna go there. Oh, well, it's a lift. I don't know. Okay. Thank you for the posture check. Little goose. Everyone, check your spines, please. I don't like that music. Oh god. Ah, I got a new tool to tear up those spider guys. What does that do? How do I do that? The Ripper. I gotta get some blades for it, it seems. Okay, I'm gonna try that out in a sec. Gotta get some more Ripper blades, though. Oh. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, that's fun.
Cannot determine clearance level.
That's fun. Okay. Cool. 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 Good. 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 Okay. I believe in a starter weapon. I believe in taking a starter weapon to the top. But this also is very fun, this new thing. So I'm definitely enjoying that. Cool. Alright, let's see what we gotta do. Reload our saws. This thing is fun. Alright. Oh, look at that upgraded capacity. Okay, I gotta... Oh shit, okay, look at this fucker. Oh, come on. Come on. Come here so I can shoot you. Oh, you were doing that to him. Okay, sorry guy, I'm sorry. I'll give you a little funeral. I can't pick him up? Oh, come on. There we go. Alright. And in nomine Patri Filii Spiritus Amen. I didn't go to Catholic school. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Alright, let's that was a nice little funeral for that guy though. Let's see what else we got around here. I never played this when it came out, so this is my first time playing it. This is the original though, it's just the remaster. Thank you for appreciating my funeral, Siobhan. Oh, hey, buddy! No, thank you. No, thank you, my guy. Excuse me. Fuck out of here with that. Oh shit. Come on, get out. Get out of my life. All right. I can throw stuff
Fuel reserves depleted.
as much as I want, right? Zaki, thank you for the gift sub to Sorath. Zaki, I want to see what Zaki's lips look like. I hope this doesn't get me TOS'd. Zach hardcore flirting with the streamer. I know, you know, that's the kind of stuff that gets you banned, but Naru! Fuck. Oh god. Oh god, I should have known. I should have known that was gonna happen. Oh god. Oh my god, my ears. Oh fuck. Okay. Alright. Oh. Holy shit. Okay, I'm never doing that again. Thank you, Zach, for the gift sub. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna Alright, I'm gonna turn down. My shoutouts are turned down too, is the thing. the volume of that is turned like way down. Okay, Spooky Saturday. Thank you, Zach. That was fantastic content. Really appreciate the gift sub and and a very memorable shout out moment on the clip. All right. It was just such. I was like, why is he so quiet? What's going on? What's this clip gonna be? But it was nice after having TIFF rating. It was very it's very appropriate. All right, I assume I'm going that way. Lucy, I'm sorry you woke up because of that. I didn't mean for it to happen. See, everyone, and now it's a Spooky Saturday. Oh my god, what's burning me? What the fuck? Oh god, okay. Stop doing that. Fuck you. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Come on. Come on. Should have blown that up the whole time, huh? I gotta get better at that, like throwing stuff and environmental stuff. I get better at that. And they really almost got me there. Thank you for the GGs. Space. Isaac Dead Space. I forgot that I gotta keep smanging them so I can pick up their credits. Yeah, get out of town. Who wants a torso? Any of you down there, you can catch that. Enjoy it.
Last valve done, Chief. Progress report filed by Jacob Temple. The engine problems aren't a malfunction. Someone shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves to hell and back. We just wasted an hour fixing them.
Someone or something.
But some jackass turned off the power and locked up the circuit breaker. No engines. We're gonna hit planetfall soon. What now? There's got to be someone around here who has a spare access card. Go. Wait, you hear that? Never go.
Oh, did I miss a Go Kiss Girl? Let's do it right now. That's I could definitely use that. Oh, thank you, Zvizja. All right, Zvizja has sent to Go Kiss Girl. Let's get this Go Kiss. Let's go kiss. Likes it when I rub inside his ear. Got the little teeths. All right. Full of oxygen. Oh, didn't even mean to do that. Excuse me. Oh, come on. Fuck. Oh, jeez. Okay. What? Where are you? Okay. Why are you so fast? What the fuck? Why was he so fast? Thank you, everyone who loves my cats. I love my cats a lot. I love my cats because they're my cats, but also, like, I think objectively they're really good cats. They're extremely good cats. And they snuggle, and they're fantastic, and they're so cute. Oh shit, Cinna, do you feel like I deprived him of that opportunity? Sorry. I'll mention briefly. I want to mention briefly that wait, how do I? Nice Ripper blades. Real briefly, just want to mention. Although also this is probably about time for a toilet potty break, so maybe we'll do that. No, let's play a little more. Real quick mention. We're gonna be having a little contest of sorts. I haven't announced it officially yet, but I just because I saw that you're here, Cinna. Cinna, other artists in the community, we're gonna be. We need new channel point redemption icons. So like the Go Kiss Girl and the Record of the Day. I think we could use some cute little icons for those. So I think we're gonna say, everyone, if you want to make one, you can make it, and then we're gonna have the community vote. It's gonna be something like that. I don't want to be picking it. You know, I don't know. I figure that could be. I don't want to play that role. I feel like people might get their feelings or whatever. But like, if the community is all voting and we all choose our favorite as a community, I think that that's a better and more democratic way to do it. And I think it would be cute. And we'll have, yeah, so if you want to start thinking about that, now you can start thinking about that. Any of our redemptions, any of them at all, we'd be happy to have a new, even the ones that have defaults like Name Generator and Go Sip Girl and all that have like the default icons. I think we could use other ones. So if you are an artist, and now is the first time you're hearing about it, but we're going to keep updated on the Discord. Everyone get on the Discord. Everyone check out the Discord. Everyone get on the Discord. Okay, we're going back to the game. Although, wouldn't it be something if we just played Dead Space with Gal Costa? No. No. That's not right. That's not right. I was enjoying it too, but this is a serious, scary, spooky Saturday. I gotta find the power for this. Shit. Is that power? No. Look at the power things glow. Ah!
Isaac. Damn it.
Daniels? You made it.
Thank God. After the bridge, we thought that...
Glad to disappoint. I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here.
Cool.
Isaac, I've tracked down your rig.
She's gonna be fine. She's gonna be the voice on the radio
Maybe
after this other guy dies. What did she say? I wasn't listening. That was stupid of me.
logging security card.
What's that sound?
Clearance confirmed.
God. Ah, fuck. Okay. 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 Fucking hate when the lights go out. Oh, God. Fuck you, guy. Fuck you. Don't treat me like that. Don't treat me like that. Get out of my house. You too. Get out of it. Just go. Get in your hole. Get in your hole. Oh. Should have taken those credits. What do I gotta do? Hold that down? Okay. Cool.
Refueling sequence activated. Additional fuel required for engine restart.
Hey, crazy Chihuahua lady. Space Adventure's going alright. It's a little spooky out here. It's definitely very dead. And there's a lot of space. I'm Isaac Dead Space. Oh, come on. Put him up, put him up, put him up. Fuck you. Hate those little guys. Oh, stop doing that. I hate that. Hate that fucking move you got. Shit, I need more health packs. God damn it. I never played the original. This is my first time playing. It's good. I'm glad I waited till now. It looks incredible. Seriously, money, thank you. Yeah, he should ask first. I don't want him shooting his toxic goo all over me without at least asking if I'm into that. Come on, where are ya? Hello, Just Ted. Welcome in. Fresh face in the chat. Love to have you here. Welcome in. This is Dead Space. I'm Isaac Dead Space, and I'm trying to murder a lot of these spiders so I can leave their house. Let's see. So fucking yucky. Don't do that. Don't scare me like that. Who wants a torso? Alright. Let's see, maybe I can use... I gotta remember that I can use their bones to hurt the other ones. Alright, use this next time one of these fuckers tries to come at me. Alright, any fuckers trying to jump out of the walls?
Sufficient fuel to fire primary engine.
Okay, I've got a fuel reading. Only a quarter full, but it should be enough.
I still need to get the centrifuge working before restart. Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Move fast, Isaac. Aegis 7's looking damn close out there.
Alright, someone really screwed with these fuel lines. Okay, there you are. Fuck you. Eat shit. Oh, that didn't do it? Oh, God. Ah! Fuck me. Welcome in, Ian. So silly. It's glad someone gave you a gift sub. Very kind of them. I'm not sure who it was. I think you might be able to tell in your little messages on Twitch. But welcome in, and I hope you enjoy all your fresh emotes, etc. And the commercial free viewing, all that fun stuff. And you can join our Discord for little special bonuses. One of the new things that I'm trying to be a little bit better about is I'm doing Chim Cham Cinema Club, where I will be screening some favorite obscure art films for our subscribers on the Discord. Some things that are very hard to access, and I'm making my own little streaming service. Very I mean, I'm just joking. I'm not actually doing that. I'm doing everything I'm doing is legal and awesome. Okay. What is that? What's that? What is this? What are you? Oh, stingray? Get out of here. The fuck is that? The fuck is this thing? God damn. Jeez, this sucks. Can I kill your friend with you? Thought I saw another one. Oh, okay. Whew. Well, that sucked. Oh, Lauren Weston, amazing. So you found it on YouTube. Great. So, okay, I'm not the only one screening, putting things up there that are hard to access, but they're hard to pay for access to. So you can just watch Sansole on YouTube now. That's good. Oh, fuck you, no! Oh, God, what?
Go for it. You guys can do it.
I just saved. Piece of shit. You're not dead? Oh my God. Can I use your arm? Fuck off. Everything sucks lately. Oh my God. Okay. I feel like I'm the only streamer who goes from I might not be a hugely popular streamer, but I am here for the niche of people who want to hear me talk about Sans Soleil, Chris Marker film, and then kill a spider zombie or whatever. You know, so I'm hugely popular to you. Thank you, y'all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Love you. Thank you very much. Love you. Thank you so much. Means a lot to me. But just like that, I think it's also time for us to take a toilet potty break. We got to a safe spot. And yeah. So thank you to Scrimp. He is our, of course, new creative director and publicist and lawyer. He's also my personal trainer. Scrimp is he's gonna get me hot and fuckable, just in time for summer, and we were a long way away, but I want you to know that me and Scrimp are working on it. I'm gonna be fresh and fuckable in no time. Thank you so much, Scrimp. All right, it's time to take a little potty break. Please enjoy the fresh new piss screen. This is really something. I'm really proud of it. This is what I did while I was sick, so have a good time pissing. All right, and we're back. We have we've put all the piss in all the right places, I hope, chat. You know, good places like toilet, Reagan's grave, Margaret Thatcher's grave, urinal, on a tree that wants it, essentially. I hope you all pissed. Hope you had a great piss. Thank you for joining us. And oh, Marit, I'm so sorry to hear that. And so is Scrimp. So more Dead Space. Here we go. It is time to jump back in. I hope you all are enjoying a spooky Saturday with me. I do love this game very much. I know you're all probably waiting for me to get back into Resident Evil. The only problem, I'm gonna keep doing this on Spooky Saturday Dead Space because more topical. Get back into Resident Evil soon. I want to thank you very much, Cheese. I am feeling fresh and fuckable. I'm feeling a lot more fresh and fuckable. Thank you to this juice from Pressed Juicery. If you want to sponsor me, Pressed. Delightful. It is Dead Space is great. It's a good spooky Saturday. It is more like action than spooky compared to a lot of other spooky Saturday games, but I'm enjoying it. I've never played before. It's a classic. I'm very glad that we're doing it. I will be trying to get into Resident Evil again ASAP, but it looks like it might be hard for me to get Alex back because he has a new job he's working hard on. It might be a little more difficult to get him. So we'll see how that goes. I might have to start doing it by myself. Just sad. But if you can wait, we can wait for Alex. We can find a good time. Y'all are patient. Y'all are fantastic. Okay, let's get back to the game. Gonna pause this banger of a track. Just Ted, I have played Until Dawn, not on stream. Trust me, I'm making you all wait for that. I love Until Dawn. I've played it maybe 15 times. I played it so many fucking times back in the day, like, what, 5 years ago? Oh, no, wait, maybe it was, like, 10 years ago now. Jeez. But when Until Dawn came out, I made all my friends play it. I was obsessed with it. And so I've played it so many times. There's like no. I'll just go back to the chat scene for this while we keep talking about this. I played Until Dawn a lot. It's amazing. I love it. This is one of the reasons why I was so happy to do the Quarry. It was 2016. Okay, it wasn't that long ago. But because I played it so many times, I don't think that it's worth me playing just my, like, you'll know that me being like, what is bullshit. Like, I'm a fantastic actor. I know. But it's not gonna be the same as the surprise of people being like, oh shit, really? Like, whoa. Which is what we love about watching people play these kinds of games. So my plan with Until Dawn is that maybe for my anniversary, honestly, maybe for my year anniversary, at some point I want to put together a special where I get a bunch of friends, maybe other actors, who knows, homies are gonna come play Until Dawn at my house, and I'll host and do a kind of special where we, like, I really enjoyed when the Quarry came out. I saw Berlizzi doing a thing where he was hosting it, so he got all these other people were playing the different characters, and he was just interviewing them in between chapters, giving them a shot, and like bringing them into confessional. And so I kind of want to goop that a little bit and do something similar like that, where I am the like master of ceremony, and I bring my friends through that that experience. So cool, great. That's the idea. But that's not gonna happen for a while. But that's I'm letting you know I am thinking about it. I'm not just like not. I am gonna play House of Ashley's at some point too. Jack will probably be back to play the rest of the quarry. I actually got to talk to him about that soon. The anniversary will be in June, I guess. I guess I started streaming in July, or was it June? So yeah, I'll get back to that. We'll be doing that. I am, of course, I'm gonna be doing a movie. It looks like in early April, maybe late March. So I'll be prepare that there's gonna be some times ahead where I'm not gonna be as regularly streaming. But I'm enjoying it very much for now, and I'm trying to make a perfect, gorgeous piss screens, and we got Scrimp now. Scrimp's here to stay, by the way. Scrimp's not going anywhere. All this stuff, what I'm saying is like, all this stuff is because I have the time to do this right now, and I'm really happy to be doing this, and I'm planning to really fucking know what I'm doing by the time I'm going away to work. And I might not always be able to do a 4 stream a week schedule, but we're gonna make this thing. This is gonna be the best stream on Twitch, best community on Twitch, and I'm gonna manage to do some things while I'm away, but we'll have a super solid foundation to come back to after I do this work. And yeah, for something like for Until Dawn, that'll probably be a special that I do for later. Okay, and I will. I think I might, before then, sometime in the next month or two, I might do. And you're right, Siobhan. Thank you. I'll be honest. I'm considering doing House of Ashley's soon. I'm considering doing that. So hang tight. All right, but let's get back to this game, which is what we're playing right now. All right. Okay, gotta pick some stuff up here. Ricochet tracer. Oh, I think I might be missing something. I think that this thing, I'm gonna have to try it when there's a guy, but I think I'm fucking something up. I think I hit it, it pops out, and then I can shoot it. Where are those groans coming from? Great. Lamprey working on it. It's not as easy as I'd like, but we're gonna figure it out sometime. It's not. Okay, this looks important. Oh, is that just the stasis thing? Okay, bad boys. Is this magnet thing have a limited charge, or am I... Where? Oh, fuck. Come on. Fuck off. Get slow mode. Bitch. Sucks to suck. Little baby. Stomping on that baby. Fuck you. Show me your hands. Oh, ouch. Stupid baby. Get stomped on. Fucking babies. Okay, okay. Oh, God. I can't see it. It's hard to see you. Oh, shit. Oh, God. He was smart. Oh, God. I wasted that. Okay, I see, I see. So R1 launches it. Lower money would, I like that. It would be handy in the kitchen. Think about how easy it would be to make like a pico de gallo. This thing. Make a pico de gallo. Get those tortillas. Toss them on the stove. Not on the pan, just straight on the fire. That's how you get them nice and crisp. Right on top of the stove. That's a trick for any aspiring chefs out there. Just flame char it. Just flame char it. Crazy Chihuahua lady, that's a good question, and I'll tell you that I have a house guest coming this week. I'm gonna do that Go Sip Girl. I have a house guest this week, and I'll tell you about this in a sec. But my schedule is gonna be a little different this week coming up, and then I'll be doing a lot of those special ones towards the end of the month. Okay, everything's all fucked up. Is the answer that I'm reading here. Drop the load. Come, Marit. Was the wait? Don't clip that. That's not. I mean, Marit, if you wanted to clip that, you could. Fine, do whatever you want with that. But it was a joke about Marit said drop the what. I said drop the load. I didn't. Sorry, I didn't mean for that. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Just keep playing the game. Sorry.
Entering zero gravity. Warning.
Oh,
Centrifuge.
look at this guy.
Please attach generator modules manually.
Okay. What do I gotta do? Oh, come on. Where? Ah! Come on. Oh my God! How does he know how to do that? How does he know that trick? Oh god! Oh my god! Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Get fucked. Take that. Thank you. That was scary. This is sick. This shit looks good. This shit is tight. Look at this stuff. Look how cool this is. How do I smang it? A dead specificity. Come on. Okay, got the med pack. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, come on, really?
Generator module attached.
Sick. Tight. Oh, come on! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Oh, fuck you. These are my least favorite guys. I really gotta start using the other. I gotta like start throwing things. I think.
Generator module attached. Clutch
Thanks for the big TV.
All personnel clear for centrifuge restart.
Where am I going? Alright, there we go. Cool, no problem.
Centrifuge activated. Re-establishing balance with tectonic.
Chill. Okay, where do I go? Chill.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engine.
Oh, fuck me. All right, I just stepped right out and got absolutely fucked by the centrifuge. I didn't get that that's what was happening, but all right, I'm Isaac Dead Space, and
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
jeez, all right. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh god. Oh no.
Go for it. You guys can do it.
Thanks for cleaning up that spider guy for me. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Thanks for the encouragement. All right, I'm fucked. This is hard. All right. Okay, thank you, Siobhan.
Looks like the centrifuge is back online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
Just let you do your thing, centrifuge. Thank you, buddy.
Go for it. You guys can do it.
Oh god, come on. Fuck that. Okay. Okay. Go, 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 go. All right. All right, we did it. Megs, thank you. Welcome in. Game's going good. I'm spooked. I'm nice and spooked. I'm also having fun. Having fun and I'm spooked. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm gonna choke. I'm gonna choke. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Fuck this. Oh, my God. What? All I have is this thing. Oh, fuck me. I'm fucked. Okay. Okay, that was fucked. All right. Thank you, Rupert. I'm gonna need that. All right, that felt good. Such a good guy. All right, back to it. All right. Just save. One save slot. Now, all I have is this saw. Yeah, give me that plasma energy. Save one more time, just in case I have to redo this. Okay, yeah. Great. Awesome. Love this. Not a surprise. Not a surprise to me. All right, that was normal. Totally regular. Totally regular. Cool. Thanks for the support, chat. Normal guy. I realized after normal guy, after I was talking about normal guy, we're just normal men. I saw this after the fact. Fantastic, if you know what I'm talking about. We're just innocent men. My new favorite thing. Oh, come on, fuck you. Get ground up. There we go. Don't do that to me. That is the right way. Okay. Ah. Why are these guys always being spooky with me? Okay. Okay, turkey. See where that got you? See how far that got you? Not good for you. Good for me. Fine for me. I'm doing fine. Hello, Tiff. Welcome back from dinner. You missed some spookies. You missed me getting scared. I got dragged around by a big tentacle, which was, you know, exciting for people who are into that, and not much else, I guess. Big tentacle. Thank you for the black day. Thank you for that. Electe. Okay, where are we going? Alright, who wants to get doused? How do I get that? Like that. That's how I get that. Wow. I'm gonna bonk this person. As soon as the elevator opens, I'm gonna bonk them. Come on, who wants to get bonked?
Got it. Isaac,
No one?
storage is unlocked. It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
Gonna save. Bye, Aaron. Have a good rest. Thanks for being with us. Why does this guy look so yucky? Listen, guy. Alright. Anyone want to say a little prayer for this dead person? A little funeral?
This outbreak started on the colony.
Anyone want to say a prayer?
Some artifact. Something alien.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why Aegis 7 is meant to be off limits, right? Earth God's orders.
Say your little prayer.
The artifact, they reported
We gotta rest in pieces from Marat. We got a yes.
But the Ishimura
We gotta send him to the Shadow Realm.
Like that was a plan.
We gotta bless. Rest in
Okay,
piss.
back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo. All packaged up for delivery.
We got a hello everyone. Oh, I'm super late today. What's happening? And those will be the last words we say over this corpse. Oh, I thought that would be a little gorier. Okay. Now where are we going? My name's Isaac Dead Space. I'm gonna go see what this is because I want it. Thank you. What else we got? Thank you. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to stasis those and do something back there. Oh, I see. There's no power. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Oh. Hey, I did not give you consent to kill me. You jerk. Oh, you're still alive. Oh, I thought I got you. It's hard to know when you get them. Ah, fuck you.
Exiting zero gravity.
This is unsettling. Cool. Another little treat. I love a little treat. Cake Squack, congratulations. Great job. You did it. We're proud of you, and I can't wait to see what you can do. Beatrix, have a good rest. Thank you for being here. I'm going to get this flamethrower ready. Let's go. Here we go, flames. Firewall? Huh. Alright, well, if you'd wait a second, you'd be ready for our next go piss break, but... Alright, pissers. Everyone loves to piss. No, you're okay, Merritt. Do what you need to do. I didn't mean to call you Merritt, I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Cool, good. Fire's the best. I love fire. Love fire. All right, let's do that potty break before we get into this whole section. Enjoy that. Let's enjoy our lives. So what I was gonna say right before we go to, or I'll do it after potty break. I'll do it after potty break. Potty break. Everyone have a good potty break. I'll see you soon. Hello. Hi. Hello. We're back. Just normal. Sorry. Just be regular guy. Hello, everybody. We're back on the program. Welcome, everybody, back to the program. And let me get my... Starting to get darker. Gotta turn on the lights a little. Or else you're gonna... A little ghost behind me. You don't want to see that. You want to believe this. Oh, the ghost is still there. Come on. Why is the ghost there? Oh, this one needs to go up. You gotta believe that in the illusion. All right, I'm here. I'm back. I wanted to mention Welcome back, Maret. I wanted to mention that so on Tuesday, so next week I have a dear friend coming to stay with me, and I'm gonna be adjusting my schedule a little bit to accommodate. I will be doing Indie Wednesday on Tuesday. Gonna move that stream over. So, not sure yet if we'll be doing more season or if we'll be doing the other one, Pentiment, but we'll be doing that on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. And then I will be possibly switching up a couple other times. Not completely sure yet. Might have to cancel one or two. But it should mostly stay on schedule. Just wanted to let you know to be aware that that I'm not gonna be adding any special streams for the next week. It's from Wednesday to Wednesday about. And so I'm not gonna be doing any of those special ones yet. I will be doing the special ones coming up soon after my house guest leaves. And I'll have a little bit more time towards the end of the month and early March. But yeah, just want to give you the heads up on that. And the big difference is that Indie Wednesday will be on Tuesday instead. So welcome back, everybody. And we are playing the game. Why does this thing... Does it work now? This... Oh, there it goes. This little plugin. There it goes. Okay, now here we go. Okay, it's back. Okay, but I'm gonna stop it anyway. All right. And we're gonna go full screen, and here we go. Captain Choquette. I have installed child locks on my drawers at home that my cats kept opening. I recommend it. I just installed little child locks. They go inside the thing. It's just a little like thing you have to do. But it's not that bad on some drawers, but the drawers under my bed, they would go under my bed and they get stuck under there and I wouldn't be able to get them out. So that is what I did, and I advise it. All right, getting back into the game. It's very cute. They're very smart cats. Also, just want to say thank you to Mothgrim for the resub. Thank you for getting us. We're still, a little far from our sub goal today, but I really appreciate y'all doing that. And yeah, I am doing sub goals now. I'm trying to, we don't always have to hit it, but I want to just always try my best to be a pro streamer now. That's what pro streamers do, isn't it? I want to keep investing in new stuff for the channel, etc., etc. I also want to start hanging out mods soon. It's another thing I'm hoping to do soon. So that would be right. It's about time. We'll talk about that later, mods. I've already been talking with the admins a little bit about it. We'll chat. But let's play this game first. All right. All right, I got the flamethrower.
Engineering log. My last log. Temple reporting. I can't raise anyone on Riglink. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this?
Someone who knew that they didn't want to send this alien
and then I'm finding
to home. You know what I mean?
The hell off this ship.
That was smart. What's up, Barf? Welcome in, my friend. Hope you're having a cozy Saturday. It's so fucking cold. Alright, what are we doing? We're getting spooked, we're killing the monsters, we're having a great Saturday. This is lovely. I definitely am not planning to leave my house for like a few weeks. So I'm excited to play some more games with y'all. I'm very glad that I'm feeling better too, so we can get to it. I will be happy to keep this going a little bit longer than usual, maybe. What's up, guy? Oh, damn, that's a bad deal. That really sucks. What happened to you sucks, and I'm really sorry. Let me help you. Sorry, guy. Alright. Yeah, Rachel, thank you. Thank you for the resub. Very glad to have you. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the go sip. Everyone sip your tea. I'm sipping Genmai cha today. It's like tea with popcorn in it. Rice. But all right. Let's see here. That seems like it's going to be helpful, actually. Stasis zone. Okay. This pulse rifle thing sucks. I guess I need to up the damage next time I get a chance. Johnny, don't rub it in. Unless someone asks you to. Which, you know, that's cool. Each their own. Kick? Is that Dutch, Marin? It kind of looks Dutch, I'm not gonna lie. English only, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay, okay, what are you? What are you? Oh my god, no. No, only the flamethrower can deal with these things. Fuck you guys. Oh my god, that sucked. Alright, I didn't do that right at all. I love Keek. Wait, is that actually Dutch? Spog. Love Spog. Oh god, oh god. Why? Why do you look like that? Your vibe is terrible. Your vibe is terrible. No, this vibe is worse. I got killed by the little... So is that my death counter for all games? When do we start it? Is my question. I like that it's for all games. It's gonna be tough when I play Elden Ring. It's gonna really go off the chart. I don't care about it. This guy's saying, "Oh, I got killed by a rotisserie chicken." You're right, man. That is embarrassing. I'm really ashamed of myself. Space. Isaac Dead Space.
Go for it. You guys can do it.
Put that down there for later. Need security clearance required. Alright, this thing's gonna be upset at me, but I'll take that. Okay. Show me the little fuckers. Alright, but... I don't want to deal with that. I hate the vibe in there. Hate the vibe in there. Okay, I gotta go kill these chickens. These little fucking turkeys. I hate these guys. They remind me of the guys in Stray. Sorry, I'm still a little stuffy. You might hear my breathing. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, let's go. No! Oh, I can just stomp him. Oh, I can just stomp him. Oh, God, the turkeys got me. Fuck those turkeys. Oh, you good? Oh, I guess not. Alright, well, let's give you a funeral then. Oh god, no time. Come on. That did not do anything. God damn it. Okay, let me just stomp you. Dark Souls. Got him. Okay. Whew. All right. Let's see here.
Clearance confirmed.
Okay. I know, I can't wait to meet John Dark Souls as well. It's gonna be great. I really don't know how to play those games, and I'm worried that it's gonna be very embarrassing when I get on here and truly don't know how to do it. But I guess, I don't know, I think that this whole adventure has been making me a better gamer. Excuse me. Where's the... Okay, where are you at? Fuck you. That was sick. I loved doing that. It felt good and it was fun too. Alright, can I just see what this does? Yuck! Yucky! Nothing fun in there, huh? Okay. Sometimes you guys... Oh my god. He was already dead. It's okay. I'm just gonna use his juice. Hey, buddy. Sorry this happened to you. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Sucks. That's embarrassing. Oh no. There you go. Oh, come on. Was it enough? Yeah, so for those of you who are asking about this game, basically I'm a guy called Isaac Dead Space, and I came to this house, and inside this house there's a lot of these monster spider guys who live here. I don't want to be their friend, and they are not taking no for an answer. Ay, ay, ay. I'm gonna have to really just do this shit. Do I really have to just do this shit every time with these people? My name is Isaac Dead Space. And there's all these little turkeys trying to eat me. Ah, jeez.
Warning. Planetfall imminent. Correct course immediately.
Okay, great. I don't want to fall onto the planet. Everything, space, this is why we don't gotta go to space. This is why we don't want to do this. Right? I don't want to do this anymore. I want to stay on Earth. I'll stay home. No. Come on, all of you fucks. Yeah, that's right. Oh shit. Oh god. Okay, do it again. Do it again. Oh god, fuck. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. 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 I celebrated too quickly. Oh god. Come on. Come on. Come down here. Come on. Come to the little video game mechanic. There you go. Thanks. Any more, you little fucks? Gotta use my med packs. I think I handled that pretty well. Save. Thank you, Captain Showcat. Thank you for that. Let me just quickly just get us over to the...
Let's go, girl.
Alright, thank you, Smokey. Credits. Then we gotta kiss that little cat. Hold on. Kiss the little cat. Everyone ready for the cat kiss? Then, little face. Oh, you smell like a butthole. Affectionate. All right, here we go. Gotta get back in the game. Wait, I gotta let you see it though. I said affectionate, big bug boy. Look at these guys pumping away. All right. Jeez Louise. Okay, where are we going? This way? I gotta power it up. How are we doing that? Sorry, chat. I'm just a little stuffy. Thank you for the snort. That was a little yucky. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck you. Oh, that's what it is? Oh, God. That's a little spider guy. I see now. That's so scary. This game is so fucked up. Fuck you.
Engine power failure. Replace power cells
I know.
to begin
I
ignition
know.
sequence.
I know. I know. Where's the power cell? Everyone take your vitamins and supplements, please. Thank you. I'll take that. Really? Inventory full? I don't think that's
Engine
right.
power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
No way. I gotta take that. Let's go.
Sequence initiated. Please stand by.
Okay. Oh God. Why can't I pick up the fucking hell? I can't pick up those pulse rounds? Ay ay ay. Oh God, I can't move? Come on, moves. Stop. Ooh, GG. I get a GG? Thank you. Oh my God. GG easy clap. I need to upgrade my inventory, I guess. All right. It's time to go.
Isaac, you did it. The Ishimura's moving again.
No thanks to whoever sabotaged the fuck out of these engines.
You bought us time to figure it out. Autopilot's taking us into geostationary orbit.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris?
That's what the asteroid.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris? But the ADS is offline. Come on.
The Ishimura's in rough shape. A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
Shit. Daniels, give me all the data you have. I'll try to adjust course. Isaac, you disable the tram lockdown from engineering. I'll open up the bridge station. Meet me there. We need to
Thanks,
work on
thank you
this
for the
together.
gift sub to Trinks. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Trinks. Alright, let's see here. What are we doing? We're going tram station. Yes, thank you. Please remember to thank your gift subbers. In Grunge, thank you for that. Mara, thank you again for those gift subs. That's very kind of you. I just love it when everyone can have ad-free viewing. Isn't that something? Okay.
Nicole? I'm here.
Nicole. Oh God! No! Ow. That sucked. I hated that. I do love the revenue from ads, and I love doing advertisements myself. If you want to sponsor me, but I don't like people missing out on stuff. But the gift subs make up for it. So, perfect. I would much rather have everyone have a subscription so they don't have to watch ads than like get the revenue from people watching ads. Okay, I can... Oh, wow. I'm gonna upgrade my suit. That's definitely the way to go. Thank you, Daddy Bezos. It's true. Did you know that you can subscribe for free with Prime? Thank you, Mara. Yes, if you have Prime, you can subscribe for free with Prime. Thank you, Daddy Bezos. We love you, Daddy Bezos. Keep sending me piss bottles. Bezos. Makeover montage. It would be great. Dead Space, the one thing Dead Space is missing is like, you can't give Isaac a cute little haircut. You know, you can't dress him up. Thank you for playing, Jack. Every game needs to have a little dress up mode. When you go into town, you get a little outfit, etc. Okay, probably could have used some of that shit, but all right, let's go do this. Go do this motherfucking thing. Exactly, Al. Is there a mod for that? Can we put little cat ears on Isaac? All right, let's see here. Where are we going? Oh, what? Went the wrong way? I'm honestly I was disappointed there's no quarry mods. I really wanted to play the quarry with like, but everyone's a bear. You know what I mean? So that was something I was hoping to maybe make happen for the anniversary, but there's nothing like that. Alright, obliteration imminent. Okay, well we just unlocked a new chapter. So that's probably a good time for a little potty break.
Station now accessible.
What do you think, Chad? You want to take a piss break? I kind of need one. Alright, we're gonna take a little potty break. I meant to do this first. I meant to say, hey everybody, thank you. This is chatting. This is me saying, everyone take a break. Everyone go piss, girl. And you know what? Instead of looking at that beautiful piss screen, why don't we listen to a song about soup from my friend, Crazy Ken. That's right, everyone. Remember, don't think, feel, is what Ken says. Thank you so much, everyone, for what's wrong with chat? Oh no, chat's working. Don't think, feel. Thank you, Ken. We love you so much. We love your songs. We love all the dance moves you do. We love the way that you talk to us, the way you make us feel. We love your philosophy. And one day we're gonna get you out of that toy, Ken. Where is Ken? No. I don't know where Ken is. Maybe he managed to escape. Did he get out and walk away? We're gonna find him. We're gonna find him. We're gonna find him, I'm sure. I don't know where he is. I mean, Arthur, do you know where Ken is? Arthur. Arthur, look at me. Arthur? Arthur Bingus. You know where Ken is. Where's Ken? Ken. Fuck. Where'd Ken go? Where's my Ken? Huh? Where's my Ken? My little Ken. Alright, this is troubling. I don't know where Ken is, but we're gonna do our best to find him. And alright, we're gonna jump back into Dead Space. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna find the Ken. Welcome back, Zaki. That clip, that was really something. We lost Ken. I don't know. We gotta put up a. We're gonna have to put up a like a missing Ken poster. If anyone wants to make a lost Ken, anyone wants to make a lost Ken poster or a save Ken, we gotta save Ken. We gotta get him out of that plastic prison. All right, let's get back here, back to the game. Wouldn't it be super chill to just play this game with the Hosono music just rocking? Where do I gotta go? I gotta go main objective. Dude, this would be so chill if Isaac just had like a really good Isaac just had like a great fucking iPod with him this whole time. Wouldn't it be super chill instead of scary? Yeah. Isaac Dead Space has a little Walkman on him. Just vibing.
Now arriving at the
No spooks, just vibes. What's up, dudes?
Isaac, I'm looking at the ADS cannons. They're a mess. I'm gonna need your help. I am not losing the Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura, Hammond, or the marker?
Alright, that's enough.
That artifact they found?
Don't bullshit us. CEC knew all along about the marker, didn't they? Isn't that why you're really here? Corporate wouldn't send the Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together before it's over.
Then meet me at the captain's nest. Daniels?
Fine.
Damn.
But I'm going
It
through
would have been
shit.
so chill to just
I'll get
not
some
land on this shit. You know what I mean? Can you imagine how chill that would be? It was such a chill game. Just don't land on the ship full of spider monster people. And instead just simply vibe out in space would be so tight. Would be a very, very chill vibe, to be honest, actually, in fact. Where are we going? I like this thing you can just go, show me where I'm going. Okay, cool, thanks. Thank you for the ghost sip. Oh, you know, in the potty break, I forgot to refill my sip. So that was the last sip for me. I might have to refill that in between potty breaks. Let me just save. 1 save slot miles. That's me, that's my brand. Come on, bitches. Come on, you little bitches. Look at this guy, that's cute. Look at that little guy. Alright. I'm a 1 save slot kind of guy, that's right. Alright, look at this ambience. Fuck you! What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Okay! You still there? Let's see if I can plug that hole real quick. Just plug it. Just plug this hole so you can't come back in here. Did that work? All right. All right. All right. Well, I might be in a terrifying Lovecraftian nightmare. There's always time to do a little shopping, there's nothing a little retail therapy can't fix. I don't have enough money. Okay, well, that's all right. Well, give me your money. You need my love. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh shit. All right. Where are we going?
Containment measures activated.
You okay? At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
Ooh, escape pod sounds good. Oh, it's my friend. Oh, he's gonna die immediately. He's gonna die immediately.
No.
There's no fucking chance.
What's that?
The one that attacked me. I managed to trap him in here. His face. I'm not seeing things, right? That's Chen.
You can't help him, Hammond. He's...
You're right. I should...
Imagine being like, that's still my friend.
Escape pod 47 launched.
I worked with him for years. Johnston, too. At least she was spared becoming a monster.
We're gonna fix this, Hammond. For them.
Yeah. Come on.
I'm just a slut for saving. Me too. But I only do it in the one spot.
I can hold this position for a while. If no more asteroids come.
I'm a committed monogamous slut. I'm a monogamous slut when it comes to save slots. I only believe in monogamy when it comes to save slots. Is what I'm learning about myself.
All I can tell is the ADS power routing is shot.
Okay.
Well, the administration systems aren't doing much. We could redirect power from there. I'd need to rewire the junction boxes, but we get the ADS cannons back.
Good. Isaac. About
Interesting. So, got it. So the people on the ship, the fucking
I don't know you or Daniels well enough to
the
but CEC
eggheads.
had to know about the marker.
The eggheads up on this ship, they were like, whoa, what's going on with this what's going on with this guy who's acting crazy turning into a spider? Let's bring him back to Earth so we can find out.
I'll upgrade your clearance.
Clearly not a good idea.
And you upgraded yours
So
already?
somebody was like, hey, let's fucking sabotage the ship so that doesn't happen. So good on them.
And Isaac?
And welcome in, Rune. Yeah, I'm learning a lot about my preferences through Dead Space. Turns out I don't find these spider people to be a turn on, personally. Some people do. There was a second there where I was giving it a chance. Definitely not a fan of the little turkeys. The little turkeys are really upsetting to me. But I don't think Isaac is daddy. Put the helmet back on, Isaac.
Remember, you'll need to reactivate the elevators from
Put the helmet back on. We've been playing all these games with all these daddy protagonists. Isaac's not the guy. Well, Siobhan, if a spider guy had a massive dumpy, then that would be a different story. But I haven't seen a single dump truck on any of these spider people. Alright? I haven't seen one. I haven't seen any dumpy dump trucks. I haven't seen any calcium cannons. I haven't seen any big honky mommy monkers. None of these spider people are bringing anything for me to thirst over, okay? I gotta do the Kriegs. Okay, there we go. Oh, I gotta find the Bailey's rig. Oh, I gotta find more rigs? Oh, jeez, I gotta find all their rigs? Oh, great. Oh, great.
Isaac.
What? What do I gotta do?
Can you prep on the way? Those asteroids.
Oh my god, chill. Do you want to go into the dead space? No. Alright, you're putting that on me. I know that's my job, I'm Isaac Dead Space, but just give me time, okay? Let me think about it. Good, put the helmet on, Isaac. Thank you. Alright. Exact, and also I'm just realizing the pinned comment, you're right. He would have, Isaac would have made a great Trader Joe's guy. And he should have done that. He's not cut out for this. Alright, we save. I have a feeling that after this stream, someone's gonna link me to Rule 34 Dead Space, and I'm not wanting it. I don't want that. I'm just gonna be clear, I don't want that. I don't want to see one of these monsters with tits. You know. Okay, where are we going? Okay. Do I have to? Oh my god, fuck you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What the fuck? With this guy. What the fuck? No! What am I supposed to do? Oh god. No fucking chance. What? What? I mean, did I miss something? Not a chance with this guy, seriously. With Isaac, and I have to play as Isaac Dead Space? I can't have, like, Kratos? Daddy Joel?
Go for it. You guys can do
Thank you
it.
for the encouragement. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to pick up as many of these boxes as I can find. Boss fight ass motherfucker. Okay, let's see. Do I have any environmental things I can use? Great. Do I have to just run? Oh god. No fucking chance with this guy. Are you kidding me? I think I literally have to run. Huh. Should I use the force? What should I what do I throw at this guy? Oh shit, no. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? I don't see any environmental things. I guess I could give him the slip. I have to like get him to walk over that. Could slow him down. All right, I'm gonna try to get some of my spirit ashes. Yeah. Let's see. Just gonna save again now that I have these treats. That's what I was saying. Is there something to blow up? I don't know. Jane, give me 1 second. I might ask for backseat in a sec, but let me see what I can do here. I mean, I'm guessing that I have to just run, but I'm gonna try. Good morning, Palapal. Okay, so this guy's gonna come out after me. And I'm gonna just try to just give him one of these. Oh, it's quarantine? Ah, shit. I thought I could give him the slip. Okay. That was bad. Oh god. Oh god. I gotta get behind him, huh? Looks like there's something glowing on his back. Can he get in the hole? Oh, Jesus. I say it's on his back. Okay. I really need more stasis, huh? Oh god, okay. Alright, hang tight, hang tight. Everyone just hang tight. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get it done. Alright, we're gonna get it done. Everyone's gonna be really proud of me and everything's gonna be great. Don't worry about it. Here we go. Okay, everyone just hang tight. I really need more stasis. I don't know what to do without stasis. I feel like that's the only thing I can really do here. Alright, let's just do it. I'll hit him with one of these first.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Go for it. You guys can do it.
That wasn't enough. Oh god. Jesus. Jesus, come on. The fire, everyone's scared of fire. Did I get him? No. Fuck me. Oh god. Isaac, you run like a fucking slow poke. Thank you for the go white boy go. That's all I ever need to know. Okay, that's all I ever need to hear. Okay, did I? Oh no. Ah, I thought that was me getting him. Alright, I feel like I need more stasis. I feel like I need more stasis. Thank you for the eat shit. I clearly gotta get this shit behind him. I hit the big 100 deaths. Everyone celebrate me. Thank you. Thank you for celebrating me. Can someone give me some stasis up in this bitch? Give me some stasis. What am I supposed to throw at him?
Security request retrieved.
Security, come in! We've been boarded! I repeat, the ship has been boarded! We are under attack! They've killed most of the deck staff! Where the hell is Chief Vincent? We need security backup now!
Go for it. You guys can do it.
Store?
What in God's name is that?
God damn it. Can I sell some shit? Fuck it, yeah, I don't need that shit. Go. Get out of here. Give me some stasis. It's so expensive. Fucking capitalism, man. So I'll sell the Ripper. Alright. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll bring Oh wait, can I go the other?
Go for it. You guys can do it.
Oh fuck me. Did I just not need to spend that? What's the gold semiconductor? What's that all about? Oh, it's a thing that I can sell. Great. Alright, well, I got some shit back. Alright, it's time for me to hydrate. I need to go refill my tea. Hold on. Okay, quick BRB. Just 1 minute. Alright? See ya in a sec. Oh. Alright, I'm back. Wine does not technically count as hydration, but you should also enjoy that. Enjoy your life. Fun fact. Fun fact of the day. You see all these pictures of the Greek philosophers, and they're all drinking the wine. They're all just like wine. They're holding coin. They're like, whoa, if you think that maybe to be is, oh, there's actually 4 elements. Ah, but they're always carrying the wine. They're like, oh, we're the first people who thought about anything, but they have the wine. They were also the first people. They were also the first people to think, hey, maybe this alcohol keeps our water cleaner. So what they were putting a little bit of wine, a little tiny bit of wine into their water. And it was a health benefit because the water in the day was not, very successfully cleaned, filtered, etc. So yeah, the alcohol, a little bit of like a tiny little bit of alcohol in the water was helping them keep their water from having bacteria and stuff in it. It was yeah. Another fun fact is there's some actor, I forget which actor, there's a famous story of this movie that was being shot. They didn't realize they could just boil the water, but they didn't have you have to boil it, but you have to put it, there's a whole deal you have to do. But yeah, that was a thing I read somewhere. I also read a story about an actor in like the 50s, some movie that they were shooting in Mexico, and everyone got tummy rumbles. Everyone in the crew, the cast and crew, everyone got like violent shits, except for this one actor, which I forget which one it was. One of those greats, though. Humphrey Bogart kind of guy. And the story is that he didn't get sick because they got Montezuma's revenge. I don't know. Is Montezuma's revenge, is that an offensive term? Is that like mud flood seems less offensive? Yeah. I don't know if what the politics of Montezuma's revenge are, but that's what they probably called it in the day. Regardless, this guy, he apparently was the only one who colonizer karma is nice. I like that. This one guy in the crew, in the cast, he didn't get sick because he was an alcoholic and was just putting whiskey in all of his water. He was like drinking only watered down or like whiskeyed up water, put a little splash of whiskey in everything he was drinking, and had so much of that it was just like sterilizing his water, which I think is a funny story. All right. We're going back to the game. As much as I love Anna Domino, we have to pause it and get back to the game. Here we go. Okay. So, I have successfully got some more credits. I'm gonna buy some more shit from the store. I'm gonna sell this thing. And what's this? Oh. I don't have the money for this stuff. Alright. I'll start saving up though. Okay. I need that. I use health too, shit. Alright, well, let's see how this goes without it and then. Boss fight. Wizard boats, I'm glad. Thank you. We tried having like a fun fact of the day thing, and I just couldn't summon him like that. It has to come naturally. Oops. Wow, no way. I had no way there was gonna be a bad guy here. That's crazy. Come here, guy. Come here. Okay.
Anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Literally eat shit and die. Did I not get him? Oh god. Bro, get fucked. God. He's right behind me, isn't he? Oh shit! Oh fuck. Yes! Fuck yes! Fuck you!
Quarantine lifted.
Thank you for the GG. Me. Alright, that was tough. Now that's gaming. Now that's gaming. Thank you for the med pack. Cool. What? What's that all about?
Atrium elevators are now online.
It's on the record, Doctor.
The marker must be delivered to the church, whatever the cost.
The church?
Ben, listen to yourself. The Ishimura's in crisis. You've cut us off. By Maritime Law Article 5469, I, Dr. Terrence Kine, hereby declare Captain Benjamin Matthias unfit for duty.
Heretic!
Hold up. Ben, you're not yourself. Let me help you.
Traitors, get your hands off me! This is my ship!
Oh my God, you... Ben. You saw I was trying to help him. Doctor, you just killed the captain.
Damn sick.
Take you I can't. If the others from the church get a hold of me. Stop!
Nice. Alright. Let's see, what should we do here? I don't need more air. Capacity? Doesn't seem that useful. I don't want to waste ammo. Gotta do this. The Ripper really is pretty fun, I gotta say. But also the Plasma Cutter is legendary shit. Alright. Damn, it shit really went. Shit went bad in Dead Space, didn't it? Oh, remember him? That was my guy. Remember I put him in the hole? Remember I shoved him in there? I thought this was outside. I didn't get that this was. I get it now. That was. I get it now. That was the guy who earlier tried to give me a little kiss. Thank you, Smokey, for the hole count. Alright, where are we tossing? Where are we tossing this Isaac today? Going down this way? Second floor. Alright. Alright, love to see it. Okay, we'll save. Let's go. Oh, thank you for the ghost, Seb. Let's go. Says, oh no, I missed the hole. It's like me when I'm in a long distance relationship. Alright, we're back to the game. And back to the game. Ah! Thanks, Ravon. I know it wasn't funny. That's okay though. Oh, that's not gonna work. Shit. Can I go out there? What? I can't jump? What do I do? Oh god.
Isaac, I'm reading electrical hazards on the floor ahead of you.
60-year-old deck lady doesn't play well with power surges.
Watch your step.
That was a terrible joke, everyone. Okay? I admit that. And it was not right. Oh, I got a new treat. It's the contact beam. Ah, welcome back, Sandy Lou. We're doing good. I'm Isaac Dead Space. Okay, this is energy projector. Let's try that. Let's try that over on this side. Continuous lethal beam. Thank you, Goat. Alrighty. Here we go. Ah! Oh my god. Chill. Tight. Good vibes. Loving this gun. Fun. Cool. Easy. Nice. GG. Easy. Clap. Thank you. Oh, I thought you were dead. Oh, shit. That's what I get for saying she's GG. Easy. Clap. I thought you were dead. Oh, fuck. Alright, I really shouldn't have said GG. Easy. Clap. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, God. This is a bad place to be.
Clearance confirmed.
Ay. Hang on 1 second. All right, everyone. This the next segment is brought to you by Sambucol Black Elderberry Syrup. It's a great tasting syrup. It's scientifically tested. It supports immunity. Has high antioxidant levels, and it's gluten-free. Thank you. I also really like this from Steph. Really good comment here. We're going to pin that to the channel. I am still a little sick, I guess. Still getting over it. Anyway, let's play the game. I love everything honey. I've been having lots of honey treats, actually. And it's been going great. Alrighty. Here we go. Fuck you, fan. Okay. No, I don't have the Krangus hoeing it up. It was just the cold. Just a little bad cold. Oh, that's not good. Look at that. That sucks. Sucks to be those guys. Can take you off there. No? How come? Who did that? It looks really on purpose. Okay. Can I take off his shoes? Can I just look at the... See what's going on under there? No? Okay. Fucking show me your hands. Fuck you, baby. Show me your hands. Eat shit. Fuck you, babies. Give me your med pack. Give me your flamethrower fuel. Fuck these little babies. Love lemon tea with honey. Love it. In fact, I'm gonna make some more tea at the next potty break, which is coming up, actually. I didn't realize it's actually about time for one of those. Okay, let me get to a nice little stopping point and we'll take a little break. I took a little brief one just a second ago, but that was not a proper one.
From mining administration to ADS cannons.
Just got an update. Power diverted from mining administration network. That's one. We still need more power. A couple more systems should do it.
Good, get fucked. Look at this guy. No? Oh, god damn it. Ah! What are you? What are you? Don't like these guys at all. Fucker. You're a fucker. Okay. Ah! Hello, Passion.
Clearance confirmed.
How are you doing? How's SpongeBob going? Welcome to the game. You did good. You did. Everyone give it up. Everyone give it up for Passion. Let's give a shout out. With the SO.
Oh. No, I'm not.
So it seems like nesting dolls might be your fear, so I'm gonna take advantage of that this time.
Shit.
Oh.
I bought in Britney Spears' prerogative perfume. I bought him Curious.
Another lovely one. Can't wait to see more of you and Rolf's adventure. See if anyone's trying to steal your man. I invite you all to decadently follow and subscribe. It's decadently follow and seductively subscribe to Passion's Planet. And great job spooking me. Thank you for that. All right. Where are we going? Main fuses. I already did that. Much love, Pash. Thank you for the spook. Really got me. When you're here, I know to look out for it, but you were lurking, and it was very well done. Where are we going? Are we that way? Nice, cool. Gonna go down to the 3rd floor? Fuck. Alright, it's about time for a quick little elevator loading screen. Pretend it's Mass Effect. We're gonna take a little potty break. But instead of doing a potty break, I would like to leave you with a little 5-minute record of the day. And let's see here for a second. So the prompt was snow. And, you know, I'm not going to do like Mike Snow or something like that, you know. I'm thinking, let's see here. What's the name of this record? It's Ken. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is a real deep cut here. All right, if I can, is it not even on YouTube? Is it not even on YouTube? That's nuts. Really? Yes, Pasha, everyone's been very kind. I can't believe it. So this isn't even on YouTube. Is it really? Wow, it's on Discogs. Sorry, this is just gonna take a sec. I guess, wait. I'm really excited. Hold on. It's great that this is this fucking hard to find. This is real deep cut shit. I'm gonna have to add it. Wow. Maybe if I search by this? No way. It really isn't there. Is this it? No. No, that's not it. Dang. Okay, I'm gonna have to think of a new record of the day then. I was about to hit you with a deep cut. Okay, then we're gonna take a normal break. And thank you very much, by the way, for this wonderful praise. Sorry, I was very distracted. Thank you, Siobhan, for saying that my new scene transitions and new graphics are so fresh and fuckable. Everyone, please enjoy this fresh piss screen while I go do that myself, and I will come up with a record of the day later. I have to think of a new one. Too bad. But go piss, girl. Did I realize the prompt is cold and not snow yet? No, I forgot that. I think I thought of snow when I saw cold, and okay. Classic stuff. So I can go back to cold. I'll think about cold then. All right, I'll think about cold. See you in a sec. Go piss, girl. I'm back, Zach. Don't rush me with that shit. Trying to make fun of me because it took a long time to piss? I'll tell you what I was doing, Zach. I wasn't shitting. No, don't time about it. It's fine. I did do a piss, but then I was also looking at my records. I was trying to think about something that was cold. Took a second to look through my record collection. Trying to think of what's nice and cold. I got a couple ideas. But I'm not sure yet. Horror radio? The Berlin. Oh, Zach, I thought you were saying that I should put on the Berlin radio station that is in a bathroom. Do y'all know what I mean? Any DJs in the chat? Any techno heads in the chat? Anyone like horror? It's with a little umlaut. I don't know how to say it correctly. It would be amazing, Zach, if that was. I'd love to know. Love to know if you were a big techno head. All right, let's get back in the game. I hope you all are enjoying your time here. I am. Yeah, exactly, Psycho-san. Yeah, that's the name of the radio station. I'm going to jump back in the game now. I got nothing to do today, and it's so fucking cold outside, so I'm probably gonna do Passion Love That. Roasted. I'm probably gonna keep this rocking for a while. I hope that's cool for you mods, etc. Here? Sounds like here? Or that's what it means. Got it. I'm gonna keep this rocking for a while. To answer questions on the chat, P breaks I try to do on the hour mark about, but sometimes we get a little off. Like this. Try to do them on the hour. Sometimes we'll do an extra one on the half hour. Yeah, oh, go kiss girl. Thank you, Softy Froggy. He's a good guy. Really good guy. Really good little guy. Great little guy. Techcam really has been a fantastic addition to this. So thank you again to Charisse for suggesting it, and for suggesting the bed, and then Siobhan for sending the bed as a lovely gift on the throne, which you'll see I also recently added a new item to, which will be exciting for if we 'Cause I'm gonna get that cooking stream ready for after my house guest leaves. Oh, I gotta do this. Oh, also let me just get this. You listen to the music, enjoy the music, watch the cat. I just got something I gotta do real quick. Wow, there's so much. My little cat hair remover thing is just a mess. Full of cat hair. This is a band called Suicide, which I feel like wouldn't go that well these days, but they were a very important, influential, lovely New York band back in the day. And thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the contribution. Really appreciate that, Johnny. I think. Oh, look at Arthur. Look at Artie Bingy. He knows he's on camera. You know? He's being so coy and flirtatious. I'm just gonna do this real quick. What did Zach do? The tongue thing where you can clean your cat? What is that? Is it a thing you put on your own tongue to lick your cat with? I don't know. He's a good boy. Zach, you're doing great lately. There's been a lot less diarrhea talk in the chat. It's been lovely. Alright, this is what I was working on. Just getting the cat hair off of this. So I can put that on stream. I gotta get hats, don't I? I gotta get some hats. Oh, Burville is shouting out, Johnny, it's your birthday coming up? Johnny, we gotta, when are you streaming next? I'll raid into you. That'd be great. Happy birthday coming up. Zach, you got one of these hats but pink? That's good. You should wear that instead of a New York Yankees hat. You basic ass bitch. Don't even know how to pronounce Houston Street wearing the fucking Yankees hat. Piece of shit. Fuck you. Mets, let's go. Let's go, baby. It's about the Mets, baby. But the Mets, baby. Sorry, Zach. I love you, Zach. But don't wear the fucking Yankee hat. Yeah, dude, the Mets are sick, dude. Mikey Potts? Mike Piazza. You ever see the home run Mike Piazza hit at right after 9/11? First at bat, first pitch. 9/11 happened, homie got up there, put the city on my back. Mikey Potts. A pow! Maybe gay? Great baseball player. All time, one of the best. One of the best ever. Mikey Potts. Love Mike Piazza. Love Mike Piazza. Zach, it's not you don't get it. You just don't get it. You don't get that it's not about rings. It's not about spending all this crazy amount of money to buy the fanciest players all the time. It's not about being the evil empire, Zach. It's about vibes. It's about spending $4 to go out to Shea Stadium. It smells like piss. Music is a little bit loud, huh? All right. Anyway, this is William Onyeabor. All right, we got Scrimp back. All right, we gotta play the game. We're gonna play the game. Gotta play the game. Dude, sports are just good because they taught me how to lose. Hey, Zachy, I love whenever I'm in LA and the Mets are playing. I love to go to the game. Because it's a good rivalry too. And I love Dodger Stadium. It's beautiful. Really beautiful. Sunsetting. You get the cheap seats. Sunsetting. You see the mountains and everything. It's beautiful. Gorgeous. Love it. There you go, Dodgers. That's a New York team. Wear that hat. Oh shit, who's screaming? Hey Johnny, I'm not gonna root for the Dodgers, but I like their house. Anyway, my favorite baseball team is Passion's Planet. At the end of the day. All right, I don't like this. Oh. Take this little tube with me. Oh, fuck you, baby. Sucks to suck. So I just gotta time this? Oh, fuck. Alright. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Get fucked. Get fucked. Yeah, you're good. Nice. Nice. Oh, Passion, you missed it? I did a whole to-do. I made a whole big stink about it. It was great. You would have loved it. Alright, the guy's coming in behind me. Oh shit. How does he know? How does he know the vibe? No Wizard Boats, welcome in. Yeah, you should check it out. Passion has fantastic merchandise, way better than mine. Okay, how do we do this? Gotta go fast. Is there a mod for this where I can turn all the guys into Sanic? Oh, fuck no, not this guy, are you kidding me? Oh god, I gotta go, why won't it let me? Oh jeez, why isn't it stopping? God damn, I gotta do this again? Ah! Oh, fuck. I wasn't ready for that. Rose Red, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gift subs. That's fucking fantastic. If you got a gift sub from Rose, please say thank you. That's a huge W. Big W. Really appreciate that. Love this community a lot. Y'all are always stepping right up to absolutely crush the generosity. And speaking of merch, I'm gonna have a lot of new merch soon. If you do want merch but you don't like any of the options, we got some new stuff that's gonna be coming up. I'm talking with Louisa. We're gonna be doing that soon. This was a little beginning. Sucks to suck, guy. Yuka! Hi, Yuka. Welcome in. We got spookies on deck. Glad to see. Oh, look at these little babies. Fuck these guys. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all are bad. Oh no. Oh, this guy's good. Where'd you go? Show me your hands. Yeah, don't do that to me. Ah! Jeez Louise. This fucking guy. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta do this again. I can't believe it. Fuck. Alright. Seriously? No? Oops. Oops. 102 times. Come on. Alright. I need to do this, I think. Thank you, Lucy, for the contribution to the ring light. Really appreciate that. Really grateful to have support on that. It's I think it's gonna be a fantastic little treat. Once I get that, I think it'll be easier for me to do these ideas that we have for like cooking stream. And if I'm gonna be going on location in I'm gonna be going on location end of March, so that'll be really nice to have the ability to keep streaming for y'all. With that, I'll do some like Q&As and little fun stuff while we're out there. Oh, fuck you, baby. Fuck you, baby. Okay, baby. Okay, here comes the other guy. Oh, shoot. Really? Hate these babies. Passion's hat this really is the best merch. No, Zach. No, does anyone have a spray bottle? I think we gotta give Smokey a spray bottle. For Zach. Little spray Zach command. Oh, fuck these little guys. Oh, jeez. Oh, really? Hey, get fried, get fried, get fried. Good. Zach, you said you're wet. Zach, stop flirting with the streamer. Oh god, I forgot about this. Okay, here we go. Oh god. How many times am I gonna have to kill this guy? The guys like him. Thank you for the black tie. Ah! Is that not gonna turn off? Oh fuck. Whew, that was close. Alright. Adipus Matipus. I like that. That's fun. That's fun. Sip Sip, thank you. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Thank you for the sips. Thank you very much. Zach, you know I'm just teasing. We love you. We love you very much. More money, thank you. Thank you so much for the contribution. Really appreciate that. I think it's gonna be fun. I'm excited to do a cooking stream. If it's popular, I might do it regularly too. Love you a lot, Saki. You're a good boy. Being a good boy. I will get my spray bottle ready next time though. Johnny, I'm excited to make ravioli too. The only thing is, I'm not that experienced making the ravioli. I've done the ravioli a few times. I mean, it's the same. You make the pasta, you make the little dumplings. I'm kind of worried about that being my first thing, because it's like, I might not get it right. You know what I mean? Cheesecake, though, I'll definitely get right. Alright. Look at these tentacles. Wow, that's crazy. I'm totally not interested in that. For personal reasons. Alright, let's, okay, I guess I gotta just vibe it. Oh, no. Do not have to just vibe it. I was wrong about just vibing it. I was wrong about just vibing it. Okay, I guess I gotta do this to it.
Power transferred from electrical systems to ADS cannons.
That sucks.
Okay, I'm seeing a power reroute from the electrical systems.
Just watch the outlets. The grid's unstable.
That's one more system and we'll have power for the ADS.
This is a lot more of a like action game than a spooky game. Much more than I expected. But y'all are enjoying it, right? You're enjoying watching me do the pew-pews? Hope so. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the pew-pews. Oh, Yuka, is this like a would you rather? What are we doing? Wait, hang on. You could only cook one food for the rest of your life. What would you choose? I mean, so that's okay. So, thank you for that. This is I'll take it. You know, it's not asking me if I would rather it smell like poop or cream or whatever it was. That almost got Zach banned from the channel. So my question is, like, if I say pasta, like, wow, Yuka and Zach are fighting now. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to create drama in the chat. I love you both very much. So Yuka, I mean, what's the deal? Can we call it, like if I say pasta, can I do like anything with that? It doesn't have to be a certain kind of pasta. Like, can I say sandwiches? Can I say salads? You know, like sushi. It can be a genre, or does it have to be a specific item? You're not fighting, Zach. You're right. You're just getting, people are being mean to you. You're right. You're not fighting. People are just being mean. I have not made gnocchi actually because I don't like gnocchi and I get in a lot of trouble for that. And Anonymous has contributed 10 to the thing, and I think that it's been fully done. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, we got our ring light. Thanks, chat. Really looking forward to that.
Isaac, I cracked the Ishimura's method.
Oh, it was you, Dreamer Money. Thank you. It was anonymous, but thank you very much.
Mold any dead tissue into a new form. One kind infects corpses, and the rest...
Make more corpses to infect.
That organic shit on the walls. That's dead tissue, too. The crew thought it was a habitat changer. Isaac, I'm gonna run some diagnostics. I think that stuff's spreading.
I think this stuff is spreading too. Alright, what's this the Pedro Pascal edit that I keep seeing people talking about? Like, everyone in the chat's talking about this Pedro Pascal edit. In the chat, in the... Can someone send it to me in... Or maybe we can do it for the React stream. Let's do it for the React stream. Everyone's obsessed with this, though. Does anyone... I don't know what it means. I don't... The edit culture... I'm not throwing shade at it. I just don't understand it. It wasn't around when I was... When I was a little one. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Just give me a break for 1 fucking second, my guy. Stop it. Stop acting like this. Stop it. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you people. I'm sick of you fucking spider people. Alright. I'm back here? Goddamn. Alright.
Transferred from electrical systems to ATS cannons.
Okay, I'm seeing a power reroute from the electrical systems.
Just watch the outlets.
Zach, that's all games. That's not just this
One more
game.
system and we'll have power for the ADS.
It's all games. Don't. Yeah, you shouldn't be speaking. How many times have you died in MILF Manor, Zach? Huh? Oh, Zach, you played Outlast? How'd that go? When did you finish, Zach, did you finish, Amnesia yet? Oh, is it not fully funded? I thought it was. Sorry, I might have misread something. But it's fully funded in my heart, for sure. How do I get inside this room? It's locked.
Reports. They're a fucking horror show. These things mold any dead tissue into a new form. One kind infects corpses. What's
Whoa.
that? A recording? Huh. Must be the marker they dug up.
So it is the same. That marker, that's the symbol of the Church of Unitology.
Didn't take you for a believer, Isaac.
My mother was. But if they found this on some alien planet, what does that mean?
That Unitology's onto something?
Unitology's full of shit. Forget it.
Wait, there's some kind of space cult about these aliens? Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, so it's like Scientology, but it's called Unitology. And thank you very much, Amanda, for contributing towards this ring light. And I think now we might have it done, or almost. I don't know. But thank you very much. It was very exciting. Mindcogni! Holy shit! Thank you so much for the contribution to the community, and thank you for being so generous. And if you got a gift sub from Mindcogni, please say thank you. Very much appreciated. We're right now learning about this Scientology situation. Okay. So there was a cover-up of an alien artifact. Key to eternal life is in this thing. Okay. Got it. Okay, cool. So this oh, and now wait, and Rose Red, thank you so much for finishing off that ring light. Big thank you. Fuck yeah. Fully gifted. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Fuck yeah. And that's really cool. We did it. Great job, team. Thank you for that. We're gonna have a great cooking stream. Maybe I'll do that soon then, now that we have that. Fuck yeah. This is great news. When we do cooking stream, I won't be able to have any of my fun overlays and stuff. But that's okay. I can do a mobile one, right? All right. So this is a church. It makes you donate your body so that they try to, I don't know. They, I guess, is a cult of this fucked up alien business. Cakes Quack, don't tease me with that, okay? That is not a funny joke. All right. I know I don't look like the handsome man Pedro Pascal, and it's not a funny joke. Thank you. Thank you. Really? You see it? Stop. 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 Thank you very much. Yeah, to everyone who's been kicking off this little, I think that my hype trains are broken or something. I feel like everyone's been, I feel like this has been a little hype. And it hasn't, I don't know how it works. I don't know. All right. I don't see it either. Thank you, Marit. But thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right, where are we going? Record of the day has been redeemed, and I'm working on it. Yeah, Amanda, I did check it. I turned it down too to see if that would help, but thank you very much, Marin. I really appreciate that. Cakes Quack, I see you. Yes, you're there. I see your chat. Hello, welcome in. Stay a while. Enjoy yourself. Rose, you're going to see Vagina Monologues? Hell yeah. I hope you enjoy all of those lovely pussy poems. They are fantastic, lovely monologues about the vagina. Shout out to Pussy. Thank you. Thank you, Passion. Shout out to Pussy. Big shout out to Pussy. If it wasn't for Pussy, none of us would be here. Isn't that right? Big shout out. Alright, I have to kill these fuckers this time. Oh, jeez. Okay, alright. Bastard, piece of shit. Whew, that was really annoying. All right, let's see here. Can I save? All right, we are probably due for a toilet potty break now. I don't know about y'all, but I think it's about time. Do y'all love to piss? Who in the chat loves to piss? Do you got any pissers in chat? Got any pissers in chat? Huh? Anyone out there like to piss? We stand piss. Thank you. Okay. All right, all my pissers. I'll see you on the other side. I'm gonna keep rocking with this because I like making progress. I don't have much else to do right now. If you're down to stick with me, let's piss and let's come back and let's kill some more monsters or something. What do you say? All right. See you soon. All right, and we're back. We're back at it. Back again and better than ever. And we are going to keep playing the game. I think we're going to do another hour. And then we will move on. But thanks for hanging around a bit. And let's oh, Rue. You got me. You got me. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Big shout out to Bingus, who's been holding it down on the cat cam this whole time. Really good work that he's doing for the family. Love you, Bingy. That's my son. Well, no, that's not my son. I don't kiss him like, well, like Tom Brady kisses his son, but yeah, he's not my son. It's not my son. All right, let's more my roommate. All right, where are we going? Don't you mean Padiddle is you as a baby? Not like Tom. What's going on? Alright, where are we going? Oh shit.
Make us whole again.
Yucky. Can we get a hole counter on that? Smokey? Can we get a hole counter?
Elizabeth, it's Jacob. I came to the bridge looking for you, but it is completely fucked. I'm not sticking around in case whatever did it comes back, and neither should you.
Alright, I did it. Thank you.
It looks like the admin staff went to the mining deck to meet up with the other survivors. I'll head there too.
Good night, Shakat.
I'll find a way to contact you. I promise.
Alright. It's okay, Megs. Don't worry about it. I was on top of it. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. Fuck, right. I got it. Oh shit. Fucking little turkeys. Get out of here, you little fucking turkeys. Get out. Get out of here. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your life. Ibuki. Oh shit. Ah! Oh god. Fuck. Hey Boogie, thank you for the gift sub. Or for the resub. That got me. That got me. Welcome in, Rhiannon. Ooh. Ah, fuck. Alright. Okay. Ready for some more spooks? Thank you for the spaghetti. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you, Max. Thank you. Thank you for the spaghetti. It's good. Got me. Spooked me good.
Power transferred from water purification to ADS cannons.
We got it.
I did this to myself.
Back online.
Oh.
Wait, auto targeting offline. Calibration data not found. Fuck. No auto targeting. The cannons are useless.
What about manual targeting?
You want to go out there with all that shit raining down and target the ADS cannons manually?
Yeah, it sounds fucking sick, dude.
Targeting data, it'll recalibrate the system. You got a better idea?
Sounds tight.
I'll open exterior access. I hope you know what you're doing.
Okay. Alright. Alright. Calibrate 3 ADS cannons? Well, how do I do that? I don't... Yeah, but tell me how. What? Oh my god, what? No. That was stupid. Okay, how do I go there? Arms array. Hey Rach, welcome in. Stream's going good. I'm doing some I'm winning. Doing some winning, picking up some W's. Gotta figure out how to use these cannons. Crazy Chihuahua lady, yes, you're right. I've also taken some L's. I've taken a few L's today. But overall, it's a long-term W. Who's that? Where'd you come from? Calibrate 3 ADS cannons where? I don't understand. Okay, thank you for the sip. Security room. Does anyone know about this? Does anyone know about that? I'll take a back seat here. I gotta calibrate these cannons. Security room? Oh, maybe it's this. Okay. No? No, it's not this. Might as well upgrade my shit. I love upgrading the first weapon. It's always solid. Big upgrades for the plasma cutter. Yeah, Cakes, that's his job. Bingy loves to just sleep. That's all he does for a living. What am I supposed to do? I don't actually know. Carrot, yeah, Megs, sorry, I didn't mean to call you by your Christian name. Megs, I would love to have some help. He gets paid in little treats and like really stinky meat that he loves to eat. There's an anti-gravity room I have to enter. I know, but where? It's not showing me where. I'm gonna sell this shit. Siobhan, I want to apply for that job too. It was the door where you got the call from the guy just now? Fuck. I clearly wasn't paying attention. It was down here. I got the call. Thanks for being here, XOXB. XOXB. Alright, so that's the... Oh, fuck that. Okay. So now it's showing up. Just before it, like, it wasn't showing up. Got it. Okay. Here we go. Thank you for trying, Megs. I really appreciate that. My suit came back to life.
What's the plan?
I'll seek a few of the ADS cannons to one of my tools. I target an asteroid, the cannons take it out, and I recalibrate the system.
Sick. That sounds fucking tight. Out of options, you're not gonna let me just do it because it's fun?
Someone stop him!
This is Second Officer Sheik. I need security here right now. No one's coming. White, for Christ's sake, step away from the controls. We need our first officer. Captain Matthias is dead. The captain's dead. Vincent's security team is dead. Who's left?
Isaac Dead Space.
Away from the airlock.
That's me.
That's an order. Who's left, Sheik? A crew full of uni fanatics? Eckhart screwed us good, didn't he? If a CEC director could go that bad, maybe the whole company's rotten to the core. Just like Aegis 7. You think CEC won't send a rescue team for their precious planet cracker? Think White. We just need to hold on. Yes. You probably should.
No, stop!
What? Goddamn fool! Steal it! Do the airlock now!
Alright. Seems like things got bad out here in Dead Space. Alright.
Entering zero gravity.
What? How? What? How am I supposed to sync? It didn't tell me how to do it. That's not right. You didn't tell me how to do it. How am I supposed to sync? What? Oh, I got it. Do I have to go to this thing? I see.
Go
Okay.
for it. You guys can do it.
Okay.
Syncing targeting system.
Chill. I'm gonna die though.
Warning. Hull integrity compromised.
I have to press X. Oops. I see. Okay. Got it. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna die anyway. This is fun though. This is cool. The vibe is cool. Oops. Alright. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. How am I supposed to... Okay. Thanks for the Fs. Okay. I don't... What am I supposed to do? Do I get oxygen? Where's the oxygen?
Entering zero gravity. Syncing targeting system. Calibration complete. Cannon auto-targeting online.
Where's oxygen? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. We're good. I got this. Literally not a problem at all.
Warning. Hull integrity compromised.
Shit.
Calibration complete. Cannon auto-targeting
Cool, cool, cool,
online.
cool. Give me some more of that juice. Give me some more of that air. Love to breathe. Love to breathe. Oh shit. How come these things get to do that? Oh, who? Where? Oh, fuck you, guy. Little baby. Stop it. Stop. Where? Ugh.
Data migration complete. ADS recalibrated. Auto-targeting systems enabled.
They're back. The ADS cannons are online ship-wide. Thank God. Engaging autopilot.
Sick. This was chill.
Get yourself inside, Isaac. I think
It's a
I've
great
figured out our
vibe.
next move.
Honestly, that was a fun little segment. That was pretty... I actually had a fun time. Thank you for the posture check.
Exiting zero gravity.
Everyone check your spines. Up. Oh, controller connected. Gotta switch it out. Get a fresh joystick. Ah, nope. Need to update that one, I guess. Alright, go kiss the cat. That cat. Wait, what is this? Did I do that? Oh, it's Sophie. I was like, when did I put on Sophie? Like what? When did I do that? I was playing the wrong thing. That's what was supposed to be. Oops. Anyway, back to the game. All right. Yeah, the mechanics are always showing up to people's broken down ships and have to deal with all this crap.
Exiting vacuum.
All right, we have hit the 420 mark. I think this is a decent time to do album of the day, record of the day. Get used to saying that differently. This is an album that feels like winter. It feels like being on like an ice planet to me a little bit. And I like that. I find it kind of relaxing. I find it kind of stimulating. It's nice to work to. It's nice for a nice icy day. I feel like this is good for like putting on the snowshoes and a scarf and bundling up and going through a walk along in the snow. And it's an album called Loop Finding Jazz Records by Jan Jelinek. And I think it's quite beautiful. And we're going to listen to it for record of the day. So, you know what? I'm going to try to do it on video so you can okay. All right. Enjoy. And I hope that you're enjoying the album of the day. This is Jan Jelinek with Loop Finding Jazz Records. It's a very beautiful, lovely record. Cozy in its way. And also, oh no, I can't have that there. That's where Scrimp goes. I find it. I think it's a really nice like winter walk record. You know, you're all bundled up and just like a little bit pensive, maybe a little bit somber, but relaxed. I don't know. I like it. And it's cool. It's not warm. It's very cool. Crispy, chilly. All right, but let's get back to the game. We're gonna play a little bit longer. I'll get to a nice little stopping point, and then we'll take off. But thank you for joining me. Let's we got a little while ahead of us. Let's get back into the game. That's a long track. It keeps going for a long time, so I don't think I could really play the whole thing right now. But oh, we just came from there. Oops.
Isaac, Hammond, I just intercepted a transmission for medical.
Someone's down there?
See what you make of this.
This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole.
Oh, it's my lover.
Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors, please join us.
Nicole, I'm going back to medical.
Makes sense.
I'll head to the crew deck and look for survivors from the bridge. I'll be in touch.
The crew deck. Wonder if he knows something we don't.
Objective canceled? What do you mean? Oh, I got it. Chapter 5, Lethal Devotion. Ah! No, I hate that. That sucks. Fucking the thing ass little... I hate these little octopuses. Really well designed. So scary. Seriously, Kara? That's fucked up. I haven't gone outside today because I'm worried about going outside. It's way too cold. In the house even. Where am I going? All right. Hey, hey, hey! Not while I'm shopping. Not while I'm shopping. Come on, let me go. Let me just shop in peace. Piece of shit. Fuck you, guy. You hit him with one of each. You know what I mean? Give him the one of each treatment. Piece of shit. Don't treat me like that. I deserve better. Okay. Yeah, aliens are scary, Rach. Is that the first one you've seen? They're very frightening things. They really are. Alright, I guess I don't actually need to buy anything. I could maybe use health. Didn't want me to shop. Was a real jerk. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to use something else. I guess I ran out of stuff for that one. Gotta save. Yeah, Rich, this is a very, very scary situation that I found myself in. But luckily, I'm Isaac Deadspace, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this disaster. And I'm gonna take care of business. Well, with it being this cold, I feel like I want to go ice skating. Now I want to go ice skating.
Now arriving at medical.
To the chemical lab.
What? You said the chemical lab? I can barely hear you.
Oops. That's scary. Oh god.
Daniels, the door to medical just locked behind me. Hello?
Another survivor, at last. You'll be safe here. I'm a doctor.
Is Nicole Brennan with you?
You're not here for sanctuary, then? Well, Dr. Brennan's currently engaged. Shall I send you to her?
How about you unlock these doors and I'll find her myself?
Are you that selfish? You might let something in. Or out.
Shit.
So, you've decided to be difficult. Take a seat.
What?
I'll deal with you momentarily.
Alright, I don't like this, but I need to buy some shit. Alright, I don't know. I don't like where this is going, though. Alright, this is, honestly, this narratively feels like a good place to stop. So maybe I'm gonna do that, actually. But this has been lovely. And thank you all very much for being here. Yeah, we got this fucking... Now we got, like, humans we're gonna have to worry about. Got Tinker's FaceTiming me. Hi, what's up? What do you want? Hi Zachy, how's it going? I'm wrapping up my stream now, but I will talk to you in a sec if that's okay. Okay, love you too. Bye bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Zachy boy is sweet. All right. That's sweet Zachy. Sweet Zachy boy. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, we got a couple things of note. So first off, we're gonna be starting a competition, a friendly competition, a little friendly contest. If you are an artist and you're interested in making the icons for the channel point redemptions, I'm gonna try to fill those out with custom work. So the Go Kiss Girl, the Go Sip Girl, the Record of the Day, all that stuff. I think we could use a cute little icon. So if any of you are artists, hopefully you're in the Discord. We're going to be making an announcement there soon. And we're going to be, that's the thing, the sizing, all that is all standardized. You need, Pebble, yes. So I think you weren't here earlier. So, we're gonna do submissions to this to be the channel point redemption icons, that if people want to make submissions for that, so people are going to submit to the Discord. Pebble, you have done so many lovely pieces for us here. I'm sure you would have an easy time making one that's a fan favorite, but also no worries if you don't feel like doing this one. But we're gonna basically say, if you have an idea for an icon, go ahead and make a little drawing and submit it to the thing, and then the community is gonna vote. So I won't pick them. Maybe we might have, like, the mods might go through and like grab a top 5 for each or whatever. But yeah, we're gonna figure out how to do it, and it's gonna be great because we're gonna have little community made icons for that stuff, which I think will be fun. Other things, tomorrow is Questy Sunday. We will be doing Red Dead, which is, we're getting towards the end of that existential crisis there. And towards the end of that stream, it seems like Zach, my roommate Zach, Pow Zach, Nut Zach, is going to do a poker lesson. So we're gonna try to narratively work in that Arthur, in his monk era, maybe has like a day where he just breaks and he doesn't really know what to do, and all he wants to do is just play some poker. So towards the end of the stream tomorrow, we're hoping to do a little poker with Nutsack. And then what else we got? Cozy Monday coming up. That'll be fun. We're gonna be doing that like normal. Tuesday is gonna be Pentiment instead of Wednesday. Gonna be doing Indie Tuesday instead of Wednesday, or maybe I'll do the season. I haven't decided yet. Gonna be one of the two. But yeah, so it's gonna be it's either gonna be season or Pentiment, but I'm gonna be doing it on Tuesday instead of Wednesday because I have a house guest coming, dear friend of mine that I'm gonna be spending some time with next week. And she's gonna be here from Tuesday to like the 15th, I think. And so in that, or the 16th. So the next week is going to be I might be moving some times around a little bit. Generally, I think I'll be able to stick to the schedule as normal. But I won't be adding any of these, cooking streams or anything until the end of the month. I'm going to spend some time with my friend. And then I will be seeing you for, other than moving that Wednesday to Tuesday. As of now, everything will be as normal on the schedule. And hopefully we'll have some new merch coming soon, too. And yeah. And I was thinking possibly about doing another lyric video, just a little gentle release for another one of the Pow Pow songs on YouTube. So I might kick that to a poll in the Discord. And Megs, and welcome Megs for Megs' first day as a mod. Thank you, Megs. Congratulations, you made it in. JK, we love you, Megs. Let's give a shout. Let's give a shout out to the mods. These mods are tremendous. Thank you much. Well, these mods. It kind of looks like I'm singing in cursive with that. Well, these mods are tremendous. Thank you, mods. I could do a cursive cover. Maybe that's gonna be a redeem. Rachel, thank you so much. Yeah, I hope you're staying warm. I gotta do a Pow Pow cursive cover. Do one of those songs in cursive. All right, let's raid. I believe Passion's doing Barbie Marathon, which is something that I really would like to support. I love Barbie Marathon. Oh, and for the record, this is the first album that I was thinking of for Cold. It's on Discogs. It's not on YouTube. I guess I'm gonna have to do a YouTube upload myself. I could rip it. I think I have a rip already. But I bought this record when I was in Japan. I think it's beautiful. Keep your eyes open. Look for Ken Muramatsu, Lover's Footprint in the White Snow, if you can find it. And let's raid over to Passion. We really do love Barbie Marathon. It's one of my favorites. Buggy Toes, thank you for the resub. Just at the end here, I'm sorry we're taking off, but thank you very much. Means a lot. Really glad to have you here, sticking around for more months, I hope. We're gonna get you that green chip soon. Let's go say hi to Passion, and on the way out, why don't we listen to our dear friend Crazy Ken and the Crazy Ken Band and his hit song Towel.